Hello. What's going on? What is going on? I don't know that I need all of this. Maybe it's fine though. Like I don't understand. I'm looking at the main loop here, and I did a little bit more stuff on it since the last stream, but now I want to simplify it and make it as completely understandable as possible. And I'm not sure that I think it makes sense. You have to work in Python? I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. Got a good orange sky pick. I left town yesterday for that, and it was a good choice. Is there any programming language I don't mind using? No, not really. They're all... I mean, most programming languages are old, right? And so they were made for some idea of what software is supposed to be that is not up to date with what it currently looks like it should be to me and other people who have done a lot of programming, right? And then the programming languages that aren't old are mostly built around mistaken ideas of what's a good idea to do. So yeah, basically no languages are good right now. Could I do the prototype of the game in Python? No, that would be a disaster. That would just make development take a lot longer. Okay, so if everything sucks and no one can tell, well, that's exactly what's happening, right? Everything sucks, but most people think it's good because they don't know better. That is exactly what is happening. Okay. So I sort of want to do two things. One thing is I just want to rename these enums and validate what they're doing. But then I also just want to do whatever restructuring is required to make this simpler. This is sort of the main loop of the compiler in some sense. Like this thing does a while one here on the left, right? It calls compiler pump, which is this function on the right. And then based on the return value, you know, it could be breaking from the loop if we're done. I'll probably leave that. But like stalled is weird. I don't know what that means. So I'm probably going to at least change it to like sleep or something because, you know, we sleep on this condition variable. I'm I'm not sure that a condition variable is the right thing to use there. I kind of want to use a semaphore. Like, I think there is actually a race condition here. I don't actually remember how condition variables behave, actually. Maybe I should look it up again because I never used them, but I felt like they were the right thing for this. What I really want is a semaphore with a max value of 1, which some operating systems don't support. All right. You need a k equals 44 if you're going to use Visual Studio. You need those all over the place because it's such a garbage program. Okay, so the thing that I'm not sure about, all right, let me re-educate myself about exactly how a condition variable works because I don't remember the nuances of it. And the problem is all the documentation that we find is going to be terrible probably, but let's see. Win32 out, like, okay. See, this is Windows specific condition variables, but that's fine because that's what we're using on Windows, so it's at least relevant. Yeah, so the thing that you usually do, like, I'm not actually using the lock on the condition variable, but what they're supposed to be for is they're supposed to be, okay, you know, a semaphore is a simple thing where, you know, if you need to wait till some work is ready for you to pick up, for example, say you have a queue and it's supposed to be a queue of work that you're waiting to do, right? Like descriptions of jobs that you're trying to do. But right now there aren't any jobs available and you want to wait. What do? I mean, you could loop and like call sleep a lot and just see if anything shows up in that list, but that's wasteful. And it's really bad the more that you do that. So if you have a lot of threads doing that at the same time, it becomes really bad, right? So what a semaphore does is like, you know, it's just an operating system managed count. And so, for example, it could be the count of the number of things in that queue. And you can say, just have a loop that says, hey, sleep on this semaphore. And, well, it actually won't sleep if there's already something in the queue. And otherwise, you wait till somebody puts something in there and increments the semaphore, and then you decrement it and come out, right? So that's one of the most basic synchronization primitives. Now, the thing is, if somebody increments the semaphore 100 times for the basic semaphore, right, then you have to call sleep on the semaphore 100 times to get the counter down to 0, right? And it's probably actually not that bad in most cases. But if the amount of work that you have to do to check if there's something in the list is very high, then that's bad and you don't want to do that more times than you have to, right? And so in cases like this one, it's not really, like a basic semaphore is not really the right thing. So like I think Windows lets you set a max value for a semaphore, so you can say it doesn't go above 1, and that solves that problem. But I believe last time I looked at it, that wasn't available on Linux, or maybe it's vice versa. Maybe it was on Linux, but not Windows. Didn't I save an in-depth book about multi-thread programming? Yeah, but that's not a reference material, right? I'm looking at reference material right now. Which OS doesn't support semaphores with a count of 1? I don't know. Actually, if somebody can tell me that both Linux and Windows, well, and macOS all do support it, then I could switch what I'm doing here maybe. Anyway, so the problem is, say what you want to do is wake up from a semaphore and then manipulate a data structure that you need to have a lock to manipulate, right? You could wake up from the semaphore and then say, okay, grab this mutex to manipulate this data structure. But that mutex is being held by somebody else. So you end up going back to sleep again, right? Which is wasteful and weird. And like in some conditions, you could end up in a deadlock or something, right? And so what a condition variable does is it combines a mutex with a semaphore-like action so you can sleep on it, right? But then when you wake up, you're automatically holding the lock, right? And that's useful in a lot of cases. Yeah. See, the lock is like attached to, it's basically the lock, and you could write code that says, wake up or sleep on the semaphore, and then of course you're waking up as soon as you return from that, and then grab the mutex, and then when you want to sleep, it's like release the mutex, and then sleep on the condition variable, right? But like sometimes there can be race conditions between those two lines, and it can be bad depending. I mean, usually it's not, which is why I don't use condition variables, because usually it's not, but there's some cases when it's bad. What was the book on multi-threaded programming? It was, I think it was this one. Is parallel programming hard, and if so, what can you do about it? Which I haven't read yet. Okay, so I basically never use condition variables, just because, I don't know. Like they're one step more complicated than the basic tools, and I like thinking about the basic tools more easily. Like if it's not going to be incorrect to sleep on a semaphore and then grab the mutex that lets me check a list, then I'll just do that, Especially because all these synchronization primitives on modern operating systems are usually pretty fast in the absence of heavy contention, right? Anyway, so I just want to read the nuances of the condition variable. Like, I don't think a condition variable is buffered. Like, I think if somebody signals the condition before you sleep on it, then you still will sleep on it, right? Like the wake just wakes everybody who's sleeping right now. It's not like a semaphore that buffers that command, right? If you're on C++11, then you can use the platform independent semaphore. Dude, I don't want to touch anything that'll give me STDs, right? Oh yeah, sorry, I should have put the link in chat. Somebody just did. Nanometer has posted the link to the book. An implementation on Haskell about composable memory transactions. Well, composable transactions, that's a whole other thing. Like that's a very, very, very heavyweight mechanism that, because they're transactions, you need to be able to like roll back and stuff. So, yeah. You have to check the condition around the lock to know if it already happened or not. Yeah, and it just, I'm not sure if that's appropriate for what, like this loop that we're looking at has changed a lot. So basically, here's what I just want to say, right? Okay. we're looping, right? And then there's basically two things that could happen. One, last time we looped, we made progress in the main thread, right? And anytime we make progress in the main thread, it's likely that we will make more progress in the main thread if we loop again, because what happens, I've spoken about this a few times on the stream, how the compiler has like a pipeline with many different stages, right? And so progress on the main thread means that we moved stuff from some of those stages to other of those stages, right? And anytime something moves forward, it may have unblocked a dependency that somebody else was waiting on, for example, right? So that's what currently pump progress is supposed to mean. It means like, hey. Now, that's actually not what this means, which is why... oh, actually, it sort of is. We need to look at this separately. Anyway. Yeah, this is loading mode, which is that's a weird special case. But let's ignore that for a bit. Anyway, we call flow pipes, which is what, looks at all the different pipes, like parsing pipe or load pipe, actually, type inference pipe, sizing pipe, bytecode building pipe, etc., and tries to move things forward through that, right? And if we manage to do that, we say pump progress. And again, I probably want to change this name, but that just means, hey, the main thread did some stuff, okay? Pickup directives here is like, hey, did any of this, or maybe anything that happened last time, or any asynchronous action, did it put any directives in, like, are there run directives waiting to happen or something like that, right? Those wait in a certain queue. Pickup directives will grab the run. It'll maybe issue a load or, whatever needs to happen based on that, or just put new stuff in the pipe. So that's progress in the main thread. Okay. If there has been no progress in the main thread, this loop, we may or may not be waiting on other threads to do things, right? And that's what this is for. I changed this since last time. So now there's sort of this counter. Anytime a thread grabs a piece of work, it sets this started thing, right? And also it increments this running variable. And so, because I changed this might not really be the right thing to do anymore. So I want to question that. But basically, this started can only really be set by stuff that, that either was in the main thread before or that was already running, right? So the case in which the compiler is stuck and can't do any more work and needs to report an error is if it gets down here and running is 0 and started is 0, right? So if both of those are 0, then we fall through down here and we report circular dependencies and stuff. Except see, this is like doing, okay. This is doing okay. I just said a minute ago, that means the compiler is stuck and can't do anything else. And maybe it's an error, but actually it's not necessarily an error because there are these different phases that we go through, right? And, basically, if we get down here and everything in the pipes is sufficiently clear, we advance the phase, right? So let me explain for a second why this is complicated. It actually might be something that I want to simplify at some point. Maybe I should make this executive decision at some point. But basically, the reason this is structured this way is, for example, you can have a run directive or a meta program that adds new code to your program at any time, right? That code can define new global variables or whatever. All right. Because that code can define new global variables or whatever, you might have a valid program where some function is referring to some variable, but it's not declared yet. right? That's actually okay currently with the current language semantics, right? And the reason I'm saying I might change it is I added this directive called placeholder where you say like, well, there's this variable here and we're going to add something that uses that, right? But in the meantime, I really should change this, honestly, because it makes when you screw things up, it makes error reporting more confusing. Anyway, so the point being, currently, it is actually illegal to have stuff in the early pipes, like waiting to have type inference done on them in a valid program, and for those things to be stuck there because they're waiting on undeclared identifiers, or something else that's ultimately waiting on an undeclared identifier, right? That can happen at an intermediate stage of a valid program, and so. Let me see if I can find the place. Like maybe report circular dependencies actually also calls, or no. I forget who, one of these function calls like maybe report undeclared identifiers somewhere. Let me see where that gets called from. So here's report undeclared identifiers. Okay. Report stuck pipe calls that. Right. Actually, that's not the right. It's been a while since I looked at this. Here we go. Where's this? Oh, this is a special utility function that I put in that ultimately I would like to get rid of. This one is, okay. Those are just utility functions that you're actually able to call from the runtime. So I guess maybe it is this one. I thought there was like a maybe report undeclared identifiers, but I probably took that out. Okay. So who calls report stuck pipe? Maybe report circular. Okay, so that is what we were looking at. So maybe report circular dependencies like goes over all the pipes, and if it finds a pipe with stuff in it, then the pipe with the lowest value, because we go from low to high, becomes the stuck pipe, and we report that down here. So, yeah. Okay. So I started off wanting to, okay, let's do this in steps. Let's think about how to simplify the main loop for what it is right now. And then I think I actually want to do this change. This will be a major change where undeclared identifiers are not allowed to float around. I want to try that because I think it'll make compile time code execution better. Or, compile time code execution that adds code. And it'll make the code more readable because you can actually look at it and see where things are declared. Let's do that. That'll be a good thing for today. Okay. So basically, right, so like I was saying, there's different things you want to do from over here, right? If you're making progress on the main loop, you just want to keep calling without sleeping or anything. Okay? You just want to keep calling compiler pump. If you stop making progress on the main loop, well, maybe because we're done, and then you just exit out of the loop, or maybe it's stalled, in which case we sleep on this condition variable. I don't remember, like I said, why I made it a condition variable. It seems like an abuse of the condition variable, and actually it seems to me like, at least in the current version of this, there is a race condition now, where, so here we decided like, oh, we need to keep running because there's some asynchronous actions going, right? That just means stuff in other threads, okay? So if right here or here, while we're returning, those asynchronous actions complete, which then causes them to signal the condition variable, I think we're donezo, because then, well, if it's the last one, because then we return, or no, if we return here. So if there was someone running who wasn't just started and it was the only thing, then I think we return and then the condition gets signaled and we didn't check it, and then we sleep on it, and then I think we're hung. Now, this apparently basically never happens, but like I don't like it, right? So this wouldn't be a problem if this were a semaphore. Like I was saying, the problem is if it's a semaphore, you might signal it way too many times. Maybe we just deal with that on operating systems that don't support it. Right. So let me refresh myself on the semaphores. Okay. The problem with semaphores is they were named by like Dijkstra originally, so all the functions are like P and V and like whatever garbage names that like stand for something in Dutch that nobody knows. So like I don't try to remember those at all. Oh, great. I'm not able to click on this web page. Why not? Go to the page. All right. Okay, so the Windows one just has a specified maximum value. Okay. Let's see what we use on Linux. Maybe it's in here. No. All right. Okay, semaphore. We can get over all the control M's. It's just sem init, sem wait, which I guess is like POSIX semaphore, right? So sem init does specify a count, right? So why was I thinking you can't specify a count? Why was I thinking that? Let's look in the macOS. Although I assume okay, so this is not POSIX. This is some Mac thing. And I do not see a place to specify a max count. So maybe that was the problem. macOS is POSIX 2. Yeah, but maybe there's a reason we didn't use the POSIX semaphore. Let's... I mean, we're not shipping a macOS compiler right now to beta testers, but I don't want to break I also don't have a Mac to actually compile this on. The 0 at the end of create. Well, let's see. Yeah, it could be. Let's see. macOS semaphore create. What? Documentation, kernel, mock, semaphore create. This is documentation, people. I think this looks like initial value to me, but I can't frickin' tell. Dispatch semaphore create. That's different than the one that we're using. What the hell is dispatch? Objective-C? No. Oh, I guess that also said Objective-C. Do not pass a value less than 0. Yeah, okay, so it must be Mac that can't do the maximum value. Better read the headers if you have them. I definitely do not have them. Okay, let's verify that the POSIX one actually does this, because maybe that just means we need to use the POSIX one. Does anyone here program on a Mac and can think of a reason why we wouldn't have used the POSIX one on Mac if we needed this functionality? All right, so sem init. Right, we'll read the Linux one. That's old. Sem open. Okay, hold on. So sem init, initialize an unnamed semaphore. Somebody said macOS doesn't support unnamed semaphores. Seminit and semdestroy are marked as deprecated. Okay, well, that seems like why we would have done this. So why would they deprecate it? Wait, what? Hold on. Hold your horses here. This is initial value also. So why is max being passed here? What the hell? That's a great way to make the semaphore not do anything on Linux. What? Value. Oh my God, who wrote this? It wasn't me. Holy shit. Okay, well, someone's fired for that. Okay. I just assumed it was max value because I looked there and it was like U32 max. I wonder, I hope that wasn't just transcribed from Windows and Windows also has the problem. Let's check real fast. I guess it's possible. I hope not. Okay, let's check the create semaphore. That's what we're using. Oh God, it's named. Initial count, max count, right. So this is initial value, max value, right? So we could just provide a different initializer that'll give it a max value of 1 on Windows. The fact that this is release semaphore is such a bad name. Anyway, so somebody maybe was looking at this and copied that and didn't realize that that was the wrong thing to copy. That's what it looked like happened to me. Pretty sure you'll buy a PC because of Objective-C and crummy OS documentation. Well, everyone's supposed to go to Swift now, right? Maybe they're making Objective-C documentation bad on purpose. Okay. So POSIX semaphore doesn't let you set a max value. Is that correct? Or is there some extended thing? Like if I'm on Linux, do I have like sem underscore epol underscore creat with no e underscore init? Is there like some other thing I should look at? I can't. Well, great. So now you know why civilization is collapsing. Okay, I am tempted to just use a semaphore with a max value and then take the performance L on Linux, and those people can get their act together. Or we'll worry about it later, but it'll be correct. So, you know, if the value goes too high, for the purposes of what we're doing, it'll be correct. It's just we'll loop too many times. Does it even tell you the value of the semaphore? Like if I do sem wait, does this return anything? Probably not. It's got this int has to be a status code because a signal handler. Yeah. Oh no, that's an error no. Return value, return 0 on success. Oh my God, these are all from like 1970, dude. What am I going to do with this? Creat was never short for create. It was short for creatinine. The kidneys play a big part in getting stuff from the kernel. Thoughts? That could be the correct theory. It could have been fake news when he said he would have spelled it with an E in that interview. Could have been fake news. Like, why is it the year 2020 and this is how bad semaphores are still? Okay. So, all right, somebody's linking me a Stack Overflow. Create semaphore with a max value. Be a buffer queue, and I want to use a semaphore to keep a thread safe. Can I? Because I use several threads executed. Okay, slightly different use case, but okay. Use 2 semaphores and a mutex? I mean, that's so... I just don't even want to think about this. It's so stupid. Okay. Space remaining to buffer size. Okay, the mutex is just for the array, I guess. Yeah, the queue. Okay, this is not relevant at all, I don't think. All this is this is a different problem. This is coordinating 2 threads that are waiting on each other to do work, which is not what we're trying to do. Why would anyone dislike Stack Overflow? Because it is usually full of bad answers. And then people who just unknowingly copy the bad answers and make bad software with it. That's why. Yeah, so that's basically a different use case. I understand that use case. That seems like a reasonable solution for that use case, but that's not really what we're doing here. Like our asynchronous part here, the part outside the main loop, should not wait for anything under any circumstances, right? Which makes it very different than that case. It's really annoying. So the stupid fix for this, right? If you can tell what the semaphore count is, right, then you just keep waiting on it till it returns count 0, and then you go do your work loop, right? So you don't do your work loop 1,000 times. But like they don't let you set a max value, and they don't let you frickin' tell what even the value is, right? And this is what's wrong with standards a lot of the time, all right? I'm pretty sure the reason this semaphore sucks is because when they were defining POSIX, right, they were sitting there in a room with like, the BSD Unix people and the DEC Ultrix people and the Sun Solaris people and the Unisys, whatever the fuck Unisys's operating system was, and anybody else who was in that group, and they were like, okay, let's define what the semaphore is. And if they tried to add a feature that somebody didn't have, they would be like, we would have to do more programming to make that work. So I will veto that. And then they had a big argument and they settled on the lowest common denominator, crappy functionality. And that is why you have what you have. Oh, there's a sem get value. Problem is that still invokes a race condition if you use it. We probably could use it in this case. I mean, since we know that nobody else would be decrementing the semaphore, then it's probably okay, right? But like if you call sem get value and then assume it's that value and somebody else operates on it, that's bad, right? So... all right. is this, I didn't see this mentioned on the SEM overview page that I just looked at. Right, was that, or was it? Did I not see it? Get value. Okay, it's mentioned at the very bottom. It's not important enough to be in the actual documentation. All right, let's see if there's anything else like that. SEM unlink, I assume that's a name thing. SEM post, right, that's signaling. What is SEM open? That's got to be creating. It's creating a semaphore, right? Named semaphore, okay. Okay, so we have a get value, but then we have to worry about how to use it. When will I be able to answer questions that don't relate to what I'm doing now? It depends on how annoyed I am by the questions. Okay, so we're just going to change this to a semaphore. And we'll put a no check in that we have to put a loop there. Where even... Oh, wait. I forget the names of all my functions. Oh, it's in pump. I moved it. Right. It used to be in that file. Now it's in this file. Okay. So compiler pump. And it gets called from do compilation cycle, like we were saying. Okay. So we're going to have this. Is it called wait for? Yeah. Okay. No check-in, handle Linux performance debacle. Okay. This semaphore has a max count of 1 in theory where that's supported. Okay, so we've got to change that condition. I think I now use 0 condition variables in this compiler. I just don't, my brain is not a condition variable brain. Okay, actually, we got to go back to that init. I'm actually not sure. You know what? Let's just do this. You know what? just do it. Let's just fix the problems as they come up. Whoops. This is true by default, and then in message exporter, we will say false. Don't wake the main loop because nothing actionable has been given to it yet. Okay, great. Okay, that's all I was worried about. Is that one case, I think. All right, so now do I still have snooze conditions? No. So now I have to go here, semaphore. We're going to initialize that with a max value, which means we have to make the max value. Right. And I have to do this like 17 times to... Oh, wait. Where are these? Are they just in here now? Oh, they're over here? All right. Okay. So here, okay. Great. Let's not use int here. Okay, and then S32 get current value used for performance reasons on OSs that don't support max values. Okay. So what is this on Windows? Hopefully we can do this. Yeah, so you can't actually do this on Windows, right? It's not how it works. As this person says, it doesn't make sense, right? So the only reason we want to use this okay. So if you call this on Windows, Do I think shared libraries are a good idea for adding extensions to a program? Compared to what? Does semop help? Semop. System call atomically performs the array of operations indicated by SOPs on the semaphore. No, why would I do that? That's weird. Why would I do that? Okay. Put this down here because it's sad. Okay. Something like that, right? Okay, and then we got to do that on Mac. And I don't even know with these semaphores what to do. Let me read this thread. Standard C++ library. Ugh. All right. There's no get value here either. macOS has complete garbage semaphores. They're the worst semaphores of any operating system, apparently. What are these people thinking? Thanks, Tim Apple. Tim Apple is not doing his job. Yeah, this is the greatest documentation as well. Thanks, Tim Apple. Are they releasing the new ARM Mac on September 15th? I think it is quite likely, but it probably still won't have good semaphores. Is there some other thing I can use for this? Okay, what are the basic thread primitives, right? There's semaphore, there's mutex, there's condition variable, right? Is there anything else? CNS? What does CNS mean? Is this something I forgot? Oh, compare and swap. Yeah. Well, we don't want to use compare and swap for this, although we certainly could. We definitely could use compare and swap. We're trying to use kernel-based ting-tanglers. On Linux, there's a few text system call that can implement. Yeah, not. Okay. RIP. All right, so Mac OS is not even going to be able to have the performance optimization. Actually, wasn't there like a no block wait on the Mac OS version? You could like, no, we're not going to entertain that. Okay. So assert false. I just need to write my own. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't want to think about it. All right. It also does not let us know the value of the semaphore either. What a complete garbage. Good thing they are telling everyone what wonderful programming language to use instead. And you know it's good because of how hard it works to compile. All right. So we're literally so we have an if-def Linux. So we're literally, let's just write this loop right now. The only party reading the semaphore, exclamation point. Let's put our end if, and we're going to say while we're going to call it Windows and Mac. So now we have to change like 5 files again. Okay. So while that is true, we're just going to say, wait for it. If we're extra paranoid, yeah. Okay, now what? So we have a semaphore. We supposedly initialized it to 1, except Windows is the only party who cares about that. I think that's all we want to change right now. And if this actually works, we can check it in. If I broke Linux, I'll fix it later. When I make the beta build, I'm just concerned with Windows working right now. Nobody uses the Linux version of the compiler from day to day to do anything, nobody internal, right? Beta users definitely use it, but of course we don't ship them a broken version. Hey, look, it worked, everybody. Great. I mean, it appears to work. Who knows, right? Maybe it's looping a ton or something. We'll run this a few times because it is a sync primitive, and you never know with sync primitives. Did you just spot a try except? There is exactly one try except in this program, as far as I know. Where is it? Yeah, it's right here. Actually, no, this isn't what I thought it was. This was something somebody put in for debugging. This doesn't actually get compiled in. No, I thought there was a try except, but we actually took it out. So there are 0. This though, this isn't the standard like C++ one. This is like the Windows one. So, all right, let's try it one more time. What do you generally use for runtime errors? Enum codes. What do you mean use for runtime errors? Used to do what? To indicate an error, like that an error has happened? I mean, it kind of depends. In general, I do not write a lot of code where things do a mysterious error and then you spend a lot of time thinking about how to handle it. That is just, I don't find that leads to robust software that works. That's a whole programming pattern that people got into that I don't think is a good idea. Like, you make, when at all possible, make your function always succeed, right? And then there's a few things that you just have to, like, there's some things that just have to be fatal. Like, look, running out of memory is just fatal. What are you gonna do to handle running out of memory if you actually need more memory to do the job that you're trying to do, right? The best thing you can do is exit somewhat gracefully and report an error message that you ran out of memory, right? Apart from that, why are you failing? You know? Like, what's the deal? Yeah, so Major Winning just said that situation you just described is literally what modern programming is about. Every other line is an error check because absolutely everything can fail. Yes, that is what programming has become in some styles, and it's terrible. It's very hard to get anything done. And it's especially stupid because people aren't actually handling those errors correctly, right? Like, people think they're doing all these unit tests, but they don't test every error condition of every call because they can't even do that. How do you make an error happen, right? Like, the combinatorics on that are huge. So it's all this fake code that doesn't really handle anything. It takes a long time to write. Every time you make a change, you have to think about, what if this fails? What if that fails? And then it's kind of fake to multiple degrees, because a lot of the times these functions actually can't really fail, right? Or it could be trivially modified to never fail, but either, for future API purposes, they have a success code in there because maybe it could fail someday. if it's changed, or like that's just, they're just taught that you always should return failure or not, right? It's all garbage. It's all garbage. But then, of course, there's the opposite, which is also garbage, which is there's no failure codes, you use exception handling all the time, and then you have to like, you know, have all your code be exception safe, which is just as, it's actually worse than the other thing that we just said. Well, I mean, it's really just as pathological to do that. It's just really the problem with that too is it infects code that isn't even, you know, isn't even concerned with the call that might fail, right? Because it pollutes the entire procedure that has that call in it, which is really pernicious and bad. And then this gets used in bad ways, right? So like people say, oh, I'm opening a file, and if the file's not found, that throws an exception. Like that's stupid too, because again, I don't know how often I can say this, right? Opening a file and it's not found is not an exception. That's expected behavior. So it's not like you're handling an error in that case. You're just doing one of the cases of your program's main functionality, right? People have the wrong mindset about that. Makes it discouraging when trying to learn how to program well if there's so much garbage everywhere. Yes, that is true. That is true. So, you know, internally to this compiler, for example, things don't fail, right? I mean, there are times when you want to stop compiling, for example, like the program has an error in it and you want to report the error and stop, right? But there's no such thing as like do type inference on this thing and there might not be a user error, but you might fail. That's just not a thing. There's no reason to fail, right? And so internally to my own code, it tends to be very clean and easy to handle because you don't fail, right? It's just if you're dealing with someone's API that has fails in it, then it becomes a nightmare again, right? That's all. Network calls are the go-to example for exceptions. Again, that's a very bad example. That's people who didn't know what they were doing back when they were doing that. All right. You should never, ever, ever do exceptions with network communication. That's a bad, inefficient, hard to understand, overly complex, buggy program if you do it that way. Like network connections, like if you want to send data over a network, see if you could send it. If you can't yet, don't. Right? Both of those, being able to send it and not being able to send it are both expected. Neither of those is an error. Did the user drop their connection if it's TCP or something that's not connectionless, right? Did the connection get dropped and the OS tells you that? Okay, that is also not an error. That is expected. It happens all the time, right? It's not an exception. So you just structure your program to expect that. And it comes out different and it's simpler. Just like, you know, like the thing that happened in programming is people got freaked out and scared of doing anything, right? Like they do wrappers on wrappers and wrappers because doing real work is scary or something, right? But like the thing to realize is like doing real work is chill and it actually makes you happy because you get things done. So just do real work. Develop a flavor for what's real work and what isn't, and just try to make your code consist of real work as much as possible. Right? So like, hey, dude, if you've got like a client server system, sending network packets back and forth is that thing's job. It's chill. You should be totally comfortable with that. You shouldn't be scared of like what happens if he drops the connection right in the middle. If you end up in a scenario where you're like that, it's structured incorrectly, right? And you just have to change it so that that's simpler and more straightforward. That's all. Chill computers, what a dream. What a dream. Imagine that computers could actually be understandable. Okay. I think this is good enough for now. So let's make sure the game actually runs, which it probably does. And then we'll check this in, and then we'll look at restructuring the other part. What's my opinion on web application? I mean, how would I not have a negative opinion of web applications? I mean, what can you possibly expect me to say about that? Okay, change main loop condition. All right, great. Yeah, definitely people think, well, there's two things. People think wrappers tame complexity, or they've been brainwashed into thinking it doesn't add complexity somehow, and that if you want something to be slightly different, you put a wrapper around it and you make it slightly different, when in fact that's a disaster to do that. Okay. Okay. Next, we're going to go back to compiler pump. So instead of pump progress and pump stalled, I'm going to change it into descriptions of what's actually happening. So pump progress is going to be keep looping. Whoops. Right? And pump stalled is going to be pump sleep. All right. I didn't change the actual declarations. Done is weird because that's not a verb, but finish. But just done is a standard term that gets used a lot, so I don't know. I'll leave it for now, even though it's awkward. It's awkward. Okay. So let's now look again at compiler pump. Okay, so if this phase mutex is the wrapper around this jobs alive array and this load directives pending array, I think. Let's double check that though. It has to be inside something. Yeah, it's on phase. So yeah. So we're grabbing this so that we can inspect these, and the values of these won't change inside here unless we change them inside here, which we don't, right? So you don't, the nice thing about grabbing a mutex is you don't have to think about things changing like you do with atomics, right? Okay. So this loading mode thing, what it is just that, you know, doing all this stuff about moving stuff through the pipeline is not necessarily productive if we haven't loaded all of the code that we know we're going to need to load, simply because, you know, a lot of code calls functions in other files and whatever, right, or other modules and stuff. And if those modules aren't even loaded, we're not going to know what type that procedure is trying to use. And so you actually can make surprisingly little progress unless you have most or all of the source code loaded. So that's what this is for. And so depending on what's going on, it's like, hey, look, if you have load directives pending, then when we loop, you're going to probably grab a new one out. That's what service events does. Let's just look at that for a second. See, here we look at load directives pending. We actually could do something where do we use phase index anymore? Just in this assertion, right? Like if we didn't want to do this assertion, we probably wouldn't need to take this mutex here. Because this is an atomic, oh, well there's this. I mean, all of this in loading mode and all that could probably be returned by service events, which happens right before this. That kind of couples these two things together a little bit more, and I don't necessarily want to do that right now. But anyway, when we grab the previous thing, we could check to see if there's any more left and, you know, return that value, and then we wouldn't have to check it down here. Okay, and this just does job completion for anything that's in the job system, which, by the way, we don't actually use the job system for very much. It's just for parsing stuff. Okay. And if we happen to be running with -no jobs, which people who visit the stream will have seen me done, then that's what this is. But anyway, so this this grabs a load directive, which is how you load more source code files, right? And, sets it up for parsing. Which is why we say, hey, if there are any load directives, then, if there are not any load directives and there's no parse jobs active, we exit loading mode, right? And all exiting loading mode does is it lets us go down to the rest of the loop, right? If we didn't exit loading mode, it might actually be clearer if I put a goto here or something, but it's just, we get here, and if we haven't turned off that variable, then honestly, this should be out here at this point. So I may just do that. Oh no, because because we grab phase index. That's used way down below, right? Yeah. Okay. So we can't quite. It almost looks like this should just be, all of this should only happen in loading mode, but this happens outside loading mode. We could. Does someone else use alive down there? No. Okay, so this can come in here. And then what we really can do is the following. All of this stuff is for loading mode, right? Whoops. I actually need to set that, I think, because other people check it besides us. Yeah. But also, we need to check it next time. I almost accidentally deleted it, which would have confused me. All right. Okay, maybe this is more straightforward. It's like, hey, we're getting some stuff, really just this out of the phase, all right? And then if we're in loading mode, and we'll even put this comment down here. I think that's better, if it works, if we didn't break something. Do you need to use semaphores if their max value is 1? Is it not easier to use mutexes? No, because I want the value to be buffered. All right, that's what a semaphore gives me. So if you try to use a mutex, right? Well, also, like, it's just a different primitive. I mean, you can't signal a mutex, is all I'm saying. No, I didn't move. At least not yet. Although I kind of wish I did, because damn, dude, the air in California, I thought I'd missed all the fires. And then I came back and now we're on wave 2 of fires, the reckoning, right? Oh my God, it's crazy here. I'm sure everybody in chat saw the photos of San Francisco with the Blade Runner skyline. Those are totally real. That is what it looked like yesterday. Those were not colorized. That is literally what San Francisco looked like yesterday. Today it's not like that, but it's just more like a sickly yellowish white, and it's like you're just inside a chimney with all the smoke. It's crazy. It's crazy. Did we F for a minute? Anyway, it said, welcome to the chat room to me. And I'm like, I was in the chat room. I was in the chat room. Can I show the full system so far? The full system is quite complicated. I mean, there's like dozens of hours of YouTube videos which would be necessary to see the full system. Does the air change taste? I'm not out there trying to breathe it, so I don't know. I'm in here. I've got an air filter that's hopefully okay. All right. Compiler pump. Let's see if this worked. It should, I guess. But you never know. You never know. All right. Okay. So that's the new loading mode thing. Okay, this comment is no longer relevant because we changed that. These are the conditions under which we keep looping. That's great. Easy to understand. Here, I don't think any of this is necessary, honestly. Or rather, I think you just want to sleep, actually, in either case. Right? Because these threaded things will signal the semaphore when they are done. Okay? So if there's async stuff happening, we sleep. And then when we get down here, we do this stuff. That's my new theory. So let's try this. I think we just do this. Nope. Nope. That's interesting. Why? Like, what if... I don't understand the if started return pump keep looping, but so I just want to know if there's an order dependency here. Okay, that works. Why do we need that? That's what I don't understand. So, okay. Obviously, if we turn this into pump sleep, it'll do the same thing as this, which is just hang. So now, okay, so the other weird thing is there's actually two different times that do compilation cycle gets called. There's once during the preload when we're actually supposed to have all the information necessary to compile the program. And there's one There's one for the main compilation, which is, you know, much more complex and brings in all sorts of extra material and stuff. So it could be, in fact, it's likely that we're hanging in the first one for some reason. But this is weird. This is like, if we get here, it means that something started and finished, because the running is 0, which is the only case in which we got here. I mean, let's I mean, actually, like, I kind of don't. Oh, well. Oh, no. Okay, I get it. Okay, I know why it's wrong. I'll explain to you guys why this is necessary. I'm actually not sure which order of these is better for performance. Okay. So if there are async jobs running, we can go sleep because, hey, they'll wake us up, right? Now, if there's nobody running, it may be that we started one since last time we came through the loop. So this is the only place that ever clears started. What happens is we read the old value and we swap in a 0, right? So if started is non-zero, that means something got started since the last time we were here, last iteration through the loop, right? So it could have been started like before all this pipe pumping up here happened, all right? So if it started before all this pumping happened, or if it started and completed last cycle before we went and waited on the semaphore. Okay, let me make this very clear. Let's say last time we read these values, right? And then we get here and something was running, right? Actually, no. What's the best way to explain? Okay. Imagine there's no asynchronous jobs running. And we go up here and we do our flow pipes, which is, we just call our regular functions and all our normal data structures from the main thread. In here, this starts something that's asynchronous, okay? We get down here, we read these. It's like, oh, running is 1 because there's one job running. It's the one that was started up here. And started is 1 because something was started. So now started is 0. And we get down here. But now say that asynchronous thing starts a different asynchronous thing, because that is allowed and definitely happens. Then started gets set to 1 while we're down here. Okay, running is 1, so we return, whatever. We go back to the loop back here. That other asynchronous thing then maybe even completes while we're returning, who knows. Maybe it started and finished real fast when we weren't looking, right? So our semaphore, at least on Windows, has a max value of 1, right? And so we can end up in a case where this thing retired, started is still set, but the thing already signaled the semaphore, which hit its max value of 1. We come around here, we do the wait, this wait, which brings it down to 0. So our semaphore is 0, but started is 1. That is totally a thing that can happen. And then we go back to the pipes. Say there's nothing in the pipes anymore, right? So nothing in the pipes. We come down here, started as 1, running as 0 because everything finished. And then we would say sleep. and that's not good, right? So I need to figure out a terse way to explain all this. Now, the reason why it's keep looping and not fall through is because it also could be that something was started up here and running went to 1 and then 0 really fast. And so work actually got done, but running is 0. And so we don't actually want to fall through to the phase advancement part. So this is actually right. And the challenge is how to explain this to myself relatively briefly so that I'll understand this and don't have to figure it out from first principles next time. How many lines of code can I pump out a day on a computing subject I'm quite comfortable with? I don't know. There was, back in my first company, when I was writing basic data structures, you know, like a binary tree and expanding arrays and stuff, I was very happy one day that I wrote 1,000 lines in 5 hours. Like, that felt really productive to me. I'm sure I'm faster than that now because that was 24 years ago, but I don't know how much faster. It's very rare. It's very rare to have a thing where you're just typing code and you're just mainly typing code, right? But yeah, you don't want to get into the attitude that a lot of code is good, right? You don't want to get into the attitude that more lines of code equals progress, because that is kind of poisonous. Yeah, I might work on the game. So someone's asking to show the game. I might work on the game later tonight, and then you can see it. Right now we're just doing compiler stuff. We're doing relatively important compiler stuff, so I don't want to derail. Yeah, and that was like in 5 hours, right? That wasn't in a full workday. It was just like, oh yeah, in 5 hours I wrote 1,000 lines of code that works. Does programming make you a wiser person? Probably to the same degree that doing anything reality-based makes you a wiser person. I'm not going to try to quantify that, though. Industry standard is 8 to 16 lines of code per day. That is true. Have I decided at the end to change the export format? Yeah, I might do that on stream. I'm not going to do it right now because it's just a hassle. Like, I need to, change the Maya plugin, and I don't even know how to use it yet, right? Like, I don't know how to use Maya to export a mesh. So I need to have someone walk me through that, and then I'll be ready to make those changes. Did I manage to escape California? Unfortunately, not yet. Is industry standard 8 to 16 lines of code per day? Yeah, the typical figure is 10 lines of code, right? So if you can write like 1.2 lines of code per hour, that's roughly industry standard. Now that's final working code, right? That doesn't represent code before you debug it. That's code after you debug it. But yeah. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if web programmer productivity is lower than that. Do I have any thoughts on MLIR? Not really. I was actually at a conference earlier this year where I'm blanking. What's the dude's name? I'm blanking on LLVM/MLIR dude's name. Anyway, Chris Latner. Yes. No, Chris Latner. I was talking to him a bunch, and he actually gave a talk about some of the concerns that MLIR was about and stuff. And I was looking at it, and I was just like, none of this stuff that he's designing for, he was talking about, what was it called? It was like polyhedral optimization or something, like a thing that didn't actually make sense to me. It seemed like appropriating a word from geometry to make something sound cooler, but he didn't make that term up, right? I think that's a term for, but it seemed like the class of problem he was trying to solve was not a class of problem that I thought was a good idea to even get into. Like, because if things are happening that way, they're just structured wrong. So I don't know if there are other aspects of MLIR, but it didn't seem like a thing that was relevant to me. Let me warm up some more tea and we'll get back to this loop thing. Can I recommend caffeine-free options for chai? I do not know of any. It's just not a thing that I think about. Okay. How do I explain this? I say, This is not a totally coherent explanation because I'm kind of talking about two different scenarios. Wow. Anyway. Then all this stuff. I think that's everything to do on the main loop. I think if the release build runs, I am much happier about this main loop than when I was looking at it yesterday or whenever that was. Much happier. Much. By the way, everybody, Alan Hazelden's new game, Monsters Expedition something or other. What is it called? It has a long, fancy name. Monsters Expedition Through Puzzling Exhibitions. We played the demo of this some months ago on stream. Final version of the game came out today. He sent me a code after I already bought it. So I have a spare code, and I could give the code out to Twitch chat. But we need to come up with a good metric or competition or something to decide who gets the code, and I'm not sure what that is. How do we decide who gets the code? The free code. Funniest joke? That's going to be too painful. Yeah, I don't really want to make a puzzle is the problem. What is Parkasaurus? Did I download this and never played it? It looks like some dinosaur park tycoon game. Maybe we'll play that at some point. Maybe to celebrate. Why does Totally Accurate Battlegrounds have the PUBG map? Sort of. It's not exactly. I guess that's a different map. It reminded me the way the river goes to the west like that. It's not really the same map at all. Anyway. Most hours played in The Witness. You know, we might just do like pick a number. Okay, we're going to play pick a number. Are you ready? You don't know the range yet. Don't guess until you know the range. I'm going to say what the range is for valid numbers. And then we will pick numbers. Yeah, I was going to use complex numbers, and then I was like, I don't want to have to figure out the distances for everybody's guess, so let's not do that. Pick a number between okay, I'm going to write down, just so that you know it's not rigged. I'm going to write down on a piece of paper here what the number is. Now I have to figure it out. What number is it going to be? Okay. Messy handwriting. I should have written that better because I'm going to have to show it on camera as proof. But anyway, I picked a number. All right. So now I have to pick a fair range. Okay. We're going to stick to the non-negative integers. Pick a number between 0 and 500,000. All right. And the closest in either direction wins. So you don't have to worry about not going over. You have 1 minute. Don't do it too fast. Okay, somebody already got it. There's already a winner. Somebody got it exactly. Because they knew what I was going to pick. So they win. So DCG0 is the winner of the competition for picking 69,105. Do you see? So I will... It is predictable, but only one person guessed. So let me turn off my screen for a second. While I get it out of the email. And then I will whisper the code. So I'm going to whisper. A URL that is quite long. Wait, /whisper doesn't work? What? When did that happen? Whisper. What is even... Now I'm clicking it. I'm clicking whisper, but it doesn't do anything visual. Okay, /w worked, I think. Right, did you get that? Verify that you got the testing. And then I will send... Well, I guess I can send it anyway. Okay. I have whispered the code. Hopefully nobody else sees it. That number was not random. I didn't say random number. I said pick a number. I said pick a number between 0 and 500,000. I mean, if it was so not random, why did only one person get it? Yeah, someone guessed 88,000, which was the closest before the correct guess. Someone guessed 84,000. 78. There were a lot of 5-digit numbers for something that had a 6-digit range, like a mid 6-digit range. So that was weird. All right. So I think we're going to do a debug build test to make sure nothing asserts. And then we'll do some gaming to celebrate that I made the main loop better. Oh no! Wait! Okay, this is not that big of a deal. Apparently, signal, if you hit the max value in Windows, oh, yeah, I'm just going to say it's fine. Or I could record something on the semaphore that says that it was initialized using a max value that we want to clamp against. I don't know. It just, yeah. All right. So that wasn't really a failure that we're going to worry about. The problem is, if you're using a semaphore to indicate the number of items in a list or whatever, it is an error if you think the capacity of your semaphore is infinity, right? I mean, like long max, I guess that's signed long max, so that's like 2 billion. So if you try to put more than 2 billion things in your semaphore guarded data structure, it'll fail, and then you'll lose count, and that is bad. Honestly, that's not that many. I mean, it's way more than we will ever try to, but like, if you can't put one semaphore increment for every character in a text file, that's bad, right? And you could easily have a 4 gig text file. Like, that's easy in the modern day. I mean, I like naming my functions accurately. Let's see if I got, oh, it looks like I got, yep, okay, he got the code. This is all good. We had a good time delivering a free copy of the game, which is great. I feel so much better about this main loop. I feel so much better. Like, every time we go attack part of the compiler that was complicated and scary, it gets better. So, what was the game name? This was Monsters Expedition through Puzzling Exhibitions. And I'm going to change the stream title to that because we're gonna do that in a minute. Although apparently the game in Twitch doesn't, at least there's an entry for it, but it doesn't have a nice image. All right. Commit more work on main loot stuff. Okay. Boom. Great. We're going to do some gaming now. Are you ready for the gaming? This seems like an iOS thing, but maybe he's shipping it on iOS as well. Probably is. Put. What is it with all the games? So the top 2 games on Steam are all like short, stubby, egg-shaped guys, right? So like Fall Guys and what's it called? Among Us, right? And then this game now too. Maybe it's the time of stubby dudes. It's the new candy style. Okay. If I were Sly, I would put something at the very beginning that does the secret thing that I found about during the demo, right? But I don't see a way to do the secret thing here. Because you need to have an obstacle on the shore. Do we are you guys getting the game music or is it through the mic? Let's see. Oh no, you're getting the game music. It's loud, all right. How's this? Is this quieter? Or is it too loud? You're probably also getting it through the microphone. I could like put my hand here. Is this better if I put my hand here? More down. I'm also going to get tired of the music, honestly, because I always do. Go to like 25% of this. I don't know. It's in decibels, okay? I have no idea how to adjust the volume correctly. Okay. This one is a trick right here. See how there's an island barely visible in the upper left? That's intentional. The thing is, I don't know how to actually do it. Okay, so the problem is, see this post right here? I could do the doohickey off that post. Whoops. Like if I had this log in the water and was standing on it and then pushed off that. The thing is, I don't know how to get on the log because can't. If it's like this in the water, I can't get on it, right? Because I'll roll off it or whatever theoretically. I don't like the condescending music. So maybe I can't actually get to that island this way, but this is very suspicious. There's no other reason for this to be here. I guess it's not condescending, because if I do the wrong thing, it also does the music. So it's not condescending music. It's music when I mess with the logs. I'll just do the obvious real thing. I feel like I should be able to do something over here though. I don't like what he did with the camera. Like it's too, see as I run around, it like follows me. But it's like, it's unsettling and weird. I don't totally like it. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to bring this tree back. Except I still can't really get on it. I wish I could see this from the side, like, okay. So there's nothing to push off from in this line, and there's nothing, the only way to push off is here north. But I would need like more logs than I have to make that happen. Right? Like I can't, if I'm standing on it, I can't roll it. It's not Steven's sausage roll. Seems like you need 3. Like I would need one vertical. I would need one, I guess, horizontal blocking the vertical one, because I think in that condition I could get on the vertical one. And then I would need somehow to get onto either of them without blocking the vertical one, which I don't even know how I would do that. I guess you need 2 vertical ones and then a horizontal one the next square over, but I can't even... Okay, I would need 2 vertical ones and then a horizontal one pushed left. Maybe that's just an island that I'm going to get to later and this is stupid, but I'm going to assume it's not. So... Whoops. We need... 3 logs, and we ain't gonna get them this way. I mean, so what we have to do, it gets non-linear eventually. Islands don't tend to have a ton of logs, but we might get to an island that has like one island that has 1 spare and another that has 2 spare or something, you know? Okay. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so here we have a spare. Except, if we want to go 2 directions, we need to use both of them, right? See, and like this is just like kind of eh. And then it also kind of wants me to go like this way. Let's try leaving this one standing. Well, okay, let's see how many trees are up here. We're really not getting a lot of spare trees, so let's try leaving that one standing as a surplus and going this way. Why is that reset? Oh, because I can't get off. So I can get 2 at any time. I need 1 extra tree. Whoops, to have more than 2. See, here's another one right here. But I need to at least, wait, why is the, oh, because I'm sitting down, the camera's pulling out. It's letting me see more islands. Interesting. That was a little disorienting. Yeah, these are definitely hand designed. Your bet is you just get there later? Yeah, maybe. But I don't know, it's too suspicious that's exactly what I would have done, is like put a thing on the first island or next to the first island. I actually would have put it literally on the first island. No, that's intentional, dude. It's super intense. So is this one. Except if I push right from here, I just get back to that other island that I could already get to. Doesn't really help me. All right, so this is kind of our max radius. And I guess, okay. Okay, so you see how we actually could, if I go here, right? Oh man. Let me zoom out. Oh my god, this is gonna drive me nuts. I just want to do it. You literally have to wait that long every time. So what I was gonna show is this rock to the left of me, and that first museum piece down there. You could sort of do the same thing where you could have a log that shuttles vertically between these two. If you could get on it on either side, which again is non-trivial and probably requires 3 logs either way. And it just gets me somewhere I already was, so rip, but I'm just saying. There's other stuff we could try to do as well, like, let's back this bus up a second. So can we push off trees that are not cut down? If so, then I want to get that log on the right over to here, but I can't necessarily do it yet. Like, see how this is here? That prevents me from getting a log over here, over to the other side, because I would have to push it south, and there's nothing for it to hit to stop it, right? So it would just go off the island. So I need it in this row, but that's why this rock, see this rock? This rock is there to prevent me from just pushing something along this line. See that? So this thing, well, I'm not sure it really helps. Like, I'm kind of not sure what happens. Let's back the bus up more, because I want to see what happens if I do for example, the following thing. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do any. See, I don't have really any degrees of freedom here. If I do this, I can't do anything. Like, all I can do is push this in the water. Oh, I could do... Oh, right. Oh, guys, I was confused anyway. I forgot what the mechanic is. I thought it was just you push from standing on one log, but no, it's you put the raft together. It's you put the raft together and then push, right? And that being the case, I just wish I could zoom out better than it. All right. So like if I want to put a raft here, I just need to roll 2 logs. It's a lot easier then. I just need to roll 2 logs in there. And we have 2 logs. Except this one I can't really get, you know. But this one I could get back. Except I can't. Wait, how does this go in? Dude, the undo is a little bit slow. That's kind of driving me nuts. Alright. Yeah, it's just that. So then, like, this one... Except now I can't get that, because I can't go... So then here again is a place where if we have 2 logs, we're raft-alicious. Except that just makes a raft over to there. Why would I do that? I don't know, but maybe we'll do that to have some progress. Just I can't actually do what I want to do. This game is hard. I'm just going to see what's over here again for a second and probably undo this. See, the thing is, if I made that raft over on the left and pushed it, it would just bring me to right here. And it would hit against this coast. So, like, that's not that good. Yes, this island in the middle, we can't really get to. Yeah, see, the island in the middle is like taunting me, right? It's like, yeah, you can't get there. So making a raft would not even get me there from that obvious raft point. You have to get there. Okay. You have to get there either from the channel on the west, like, see, if I connect to this island north of me by this channel to the west, by filling it, then I can't get to this island on a raft ever because it's blocked, right? The other possibility is to come in from the east, but this is blocking that. This rock to my right. Okay, so I don't know of any way to turn off of a rock, although who knows, that might happen later in the game. But for now, I'm going to assume that's not a thing. So I'm going to say the right answer is to go this way and not the other way. And that this looks like a... This looks like a scary nonlinearity, but it's actually... it's actually very intentional, right? Question is, what's on that island? The islands with no puzzle seem suspicious. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so... Whoa, that was a weird glitch. Camera glitch. Camera is glitchy. Okay. So we've still got a log that I didn't use. Can we get that log somewhere useful? So the goal is, I don't want to close up the Northwest Passage here. But yeah, I don't know what to do with this log, because I can't get it off to the south that I can see. Can you reset an island in the middle? Let's just see. Yeah, I reset that. Let's see if this stuff over here. So what if I reset this island? Yeah, so that log over there is still down. Okay, so like, what if... See, if I could get a log to a previous island, right? And then use that to... And then reset the previous island to move the log a different way. Which may not be possible in many cases, but... let me actually check this one. Right, whoops. So like here I did this, and then I did this, and then I did that. There's really not something else that I could do with this. The problem is that doesn't get me anywhere if I push that down. You know, it's like you only can stack this on odd parity, right? So I can push this over here. I can't do it here, but I can do it there. Okay, but, okay, hear me out on this. If I reset this island, and I do this, and then I come back here, and then I reset this island, oops, wrong way. Wrong way, sailor. I reset this island. I go here, and there. That gives me something that I could push something back across. See what I'm saying? And then if I needed to get it back across here, I could reset this island. Or I could reset this island. Like if I had an extra log, I could push it across here, leave it here, reset this island, which I don't think would move that log, because it's only the thing sourced on this island. And then I could, this is very fishy right here, by the way. And then I could get the thing out to the south by doing something with that log. Okay. So we can do some experiments here too. Like what happens, oh, this is just going to go in the water, forget that. So this just blocks me. I can't get on it from either side. Like I could make a raft right here where I'm sitting if I could get this other log across in a different way. And what I'm wondering is if there's a log, no, it would fall in. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. And that also would not be productive anyway. Okay, what if I do my other idea first, which was, let's reset this island. Okay, so that works too, interestingly. What I really wanted to do was get another log across here somehow and make a way to push a log back somehow or forward, or like if I could make a way to block this log, that was something, like as soon as you can get a log onto a different island, you can use it to block the other log and then be able to do cool stuff with that log, right? But I'm not seeing an obvious way to do these things right now. Uh-oh. Now I'm screwed, though. Can't go back. We're going to have to undo ski. Okay, so from here I can go back. You can also get on a raft and push off of logs. Off of logs? You mean off of trees that are standing? Or logs that are standing? Or logs that are laying down? Or maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, I definitely in the demo pushed off of rocks. Okay, wait. So from... Yeah, so that's blocked. All right, let's just go further in the map for now. Even though it really wants me to go up here, probably. I just can't get enough logs together to do that right now. But maybe that's something that opens up later. We don't know. Okay, so we have to... We're going to reset this and do it the dumb way for... Whoops, do it the dumb way for now. Why does the poor monster hate trees? Like, shouldn't he care about global warming? Okay, so this is just what we're doing for now. Back when I played the demo, I was like, why is this so stupid, right? And I think the answer is because you do something else with it later. Or maybe it's just an intermission. Like, you know, see what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. All right. Now we have a lot of trees all of a sudden. But it's like they're hard to push. So this is where it teaches you to make a raft, probably, because I don't think I managed to get across last time to here. See, now we have a lot of surplus trees. You see what I'm saying? It's like, if you wanted to do something with trees, and then we didn't even need this one here, although it's right on the edge. Like this would definitely be a place to try pushing off a standing log. Like if there was a standing log right here where I'm standing, I could easily, well, hopefully easily make a raft in this next square over. Except one of those frickin' trees is like I can't get over there. Which is kind of weird, but didn't want to do that exactly, but interesting. All right. That is not legal. I wonder if I could push off that, though. Anyway, so like that twice gives me a raft, right? And then I feel like I could get a standing log without too much trouble, but I'm not used enough to thinking about this game. Is there a way to transport logs to other islands in theory? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, for example, I mean, I've never done it successfully. Like, if this cool tree wasn't here, I could probably push this log to the south across. But see how that's there and then this rock is here? That's like to prevent me from trying it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, don't even try it, bro. It's like I really want to go east from here, though. Oh, you know what? Okay. I have a spare frickin' log. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, never mind. I don't, because I can't get this off the south line here under any circumstances. Unless I can get these back across somehow. It definitely wants me to push off toward that island, though, right? I mean, come on, man. But maybe from, you know, maybe it wants that to happen from up here. I'm supposed to make a raft like on this corner. That seems like a thing. The thing is, I can't get that tree south of me there. I mean, I could do this with it. That doesn't help. I could reset this island. And I could somehow use the stuff on this island. Now, if I could get logs like over this, right? Or one log even on top of this. Well, I was going to say, then I could reset this island, but I would have to get back over. When you reset, does it reset your position? Yeah, it resets it to like a specific place on that island. Maybe like the last place that you entered the island from. So you could somehow, you know, if you got somewhere weird, you could reset it and get to the other side. But we haven't really had islands that have much in the way of obstructions yet, except this one. I don't know. I'm gonna keep playing it out and then figure out what to do. This is where they teach you about rafts officially. Now this is pretty sus. Like what happens if I do this? Okay. Interesting. So I can't reset and stay here, for example, on the other side of these trees, because, yeah. So I can obviously do this, but I kind of want to get north. Let me zoom out, bro. Okay. Like, look at all these places. Oh, remember I was saying I wanted to get into that other thing from the west, so maybe it's that island, right? And maybe that one's also hard to get to. Actually, we see this pattern of stones here. Okay, so Mystery Island is way down there. It's like one lane south of that stone that is mostly fogged out. Which, like, is certainly blocked by this side. So this is sort of the new Mystery Island destination. We have to get there first, and then we can get to the other one. So let's, oh yeah, now I can do that, bro. Okay. Right, because I came on the island from the other side. I can now do different things with these trees. I don't think there's any way to get up there from here, though. I think that's a one-way come down here sitch. I don't feel like there's actually that much for me to do. That's a new one. right? So that one was cut a tree, stand it back up. Wait, what did I do? Stand it up. Oh. What did I do? This tree was cut down already. I know that. But then I chopped this from the other side, I thought. But how do I... No, I did push them into each other, but it was by chopping this one when that one was already chopped. Push top towards bottom tree. I know, but I can't get down there. That's the problem. I can't get down there without... Okay. Maybe like this? Oh yeah, like this. Except no, because then I'm stuck on the outside here again. I started on the other side. So if I go here and... Chop top tree for... Oh, yeah, okay, no, good. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Okay, so we do that, Both of them fall, and I get this one in this position, which is... I mean, interesting. I don't think I can do that much with that here, but it's, oh no, I could have done that anyway, just by chopping the other tree. It's just, okay, you couldn't have gotten it quite like this. Okay. I get you. Now wait, what enabled me to get... It was walking this way to go there. See, now I'm thinking if I can get both of them in that corner where that one guy is, then I get a raft there, and then I can reset this island. But it doesn't help me that much because I can't push things over this raft. That's all. So that's the inverse operation, right? Also doesn't really help me. Oh, wait, maybe... Are we trying to reach the island above or below? I'm not doing anything too specific yet. I'm just, let's go back to the island below, which hopefully I can get there now? Oh yeah. So we're just going to keep going on in the game. And since you can reset individual islands, it means we can come back here. So our new goal is try to get to this. Like, I'm trying to imagine what the cool design thing is. And I thought it was find a way to go from the first screen. But I didn't find that. Maybe it's still the thing. But it could be there's this whole chain of secret islands and you get all the way to the end and then you have to go back along the secret islands. I don't know. That could be a thing. Okay. So I can't push off this stump. That's like the setup where they try to surprise you about the raft. I think that's the same one as last time. Or maybe it was a different place that I did it. No, I'm pretty sure that's the same one. Anyway, I was hoping to do something smart before that, but I didn't. Yeah, this is pretty much... So you're basically intended to accidentally do that, quote, accidentally, unquote, and in fact... Maybe that's the only way to do it. There may not be like a legit way to get to that next island until later. Or maybe, I'm not sure if I remember these specific things, but they might have been changed. See, here I have a bidirectional, right? And then I also sort of have a bidirectional from this other side, but yeah, like if I do this. So this is a little bit redundant. I didn't need to do both of these. Rain's pretty distracting, yeah. So I feel like I want to try, like if I get a log there, I can go diagonally between these islands. Problem is I'm hosed here, right? Oh. No, here's what the trick is. I think. See, if I was on the other side of this log, I could push it left and do some stuff with it, but I can't. But I could, if my raft on the left was here in the other dock, I could take it all the way around the 4 islands and get on the other side of this log. See what I'm saying? Although actually I don't need to do that. But that's what I was thinking. Why am I... Oh. Wait, I never went in the other one. I thought the other one was an exhibit, so I never touched it. Wait, can I get back on my... Am I hosed because I never did the thing? Hold on. You know the thing. I think I'm hosed because I never did the thing. No, I can pan around, but I can't, like, get back. You know what I mean? Like, there was a mailbox on the mainland that I would be able to use to get back. So I gotta rewind all this stuff. Pretty sure I'll be able to come back? Okay. Fine, I'll take your word for it. Whoops. Is this a good game? I mean, other island in the upper right corner. That is true. We haven't been able to get to any off-map islands yet. So I'm not sure how hard to try. Although we have a ton of trees, right? Like if we can't do it here, what's the point? All right, let's try to make this work. I don't know how though. Let's just keep going forward. You know what? I feel like the game wants us to go forward, and then we'll have free travel later, and we'll be able to reset islands at will. So, like, I'm not sure if there's that much profit to thinking that hard about these things yet, because it's not like we won't be able to fix it later. You know what I mean? So this one's tricky because maybe I can push off that rock as well, right? Like this one, maybe? Look at all the money. Yeah. Diamond ring. That's like a 2 square tree. Bro. Those are too big to do all the same stuff with. Interesting. Whoops. Dang it, bro. Get off that way, bro. Okay, so we're actually near the starting area, interestingly. I'm just gonna keep jamming like quickly through the islands, right? Because that's working out. Weird. Oh, the camera's freaking out right here. Okay, so like, just what happens? Like, what if you tie a raft to a half raft? You know what I'm saying? Huh. Right. I missed an island. I know. I missed a bunch of islands so far. We're going to come back and get them. We're going to come back. Don't worry. Don't worry. I see that one. We want to get the lay of the land right now. That's all we're doing. Okay, this is highly sus right here. Oh, dude. Okay. Dang it. want to make a raft. Right there. Oh, I can't. Like, if I could make this. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't matter. So it kind of really wants me to do this. Heck, I don't really see what else I'm supposed to do. Except if I somehow rolled it this way, it would hit this log and then bounce in there and make a raft. But I can't stand right there, right? I can't stand it. This is the same thing I did before, though. Oh no, that's the non-working thing. Utah game developers. Hello. Erect it beside the big log and then put it down flat. That's what I'm trying to do. I just don't see how to do that. That's interesting. So you can push something over. I mean, that doesn't really help me in this case. Although it does, because I'm off. So the problem is this roll right here kills my parity. All right. Like, I want it to be on the parity that it starts at. So I want to do this. Except that doesn't help me. I mean, I could do that, but that's not. Now my raft is in the wrong place. So I want my raft in the other place. So the problem is this roll, because I roll 3 squares, it messes up the parity. So I need to roll again. And I did roll again before, but I forget how I did it. And that didn't seem to. How did I do the other roll? I like did. Okay, that's a roll, right? No, my parity's still messed up. I don't know. Oh, now it's up. Now it's messed up horizontally and vertically is what's going on. I need a horizontal roll. Spoilers, I didn't think of that. I read chat. But yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Okay. There's another mailbox. That's great. We still can't get back to the original worlds yet. Hopefully we'll get back there. So there's no, this seems kind of like an endpoint. Like I don't see a good rafting point from here. Oh wait, it did. Okay. No, that is the starting mailbox. So we can get back there. So you don't actually have to bump the mailbox to activate it. It's just, did you do the island? Okay, we're good. We're good. So now we see a bunch of islands that we haven't gotten to. Just all over the place. But it does look pretty obvious that we want to go south from over there. No, no. Okay, so that's not going to help me. Whoops, I meant to undo that. That's not going to help me. It's not going to help me. That's not going to get me across if I do that. Oh yeah, this will roll onto there. Double. Oh, it's a double wide. It didn't make two single wides. That's cool. Double wide. I don't want to get eaten by dinosaurs out here. Oh, this is good. This is good. I like this. Screwed. Can you move while rafting? No, you kind of just have to end up. You have to end up where you end up. I sort of feel like I want to bounce off these rocks, like from over there. Doesn't seem very easy though. like if I push this into here, it's stuck. But maybe that's the point. Maybe you got to get one stuck, right? And then you go. Along this line. Let's go back over there for a minute. Dang it. Could be cool if you have to put a log on a raft. Well, that too wide raft could theoretically do that, right? As far as I know, the exhibits do not ever have hints, but they could be wrong. I would say this game is not as brutally hard as Steven Saucefield. That was cute. I have 50 bird dollar stamps. That's pretty amazing. I mean, I sort of feel like at this point... Okay, so at this point, I'm very obviously supposed to make a raft and push off of this thing. But I want to start doing this. Okay, so that is what happens there, and then I'm stuck. Like, I've never gotten a log onto a raft. But look, this implies you could put a big log on a big raft and sail with it. If I had something to push off from right here. Uh-oh, now I'm screwed. Roller coaster over there. Candle's still burning. Rip that. No, this is somebody else's game. I have not made this game. Glad you enjoyed The Witness. We worked very hard on it. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I'm just in a land of many puzzles here. You know when you're in a land of many puzzles? You know how that goes? That's how it is right now. Let's try to get to the candle there. Okay, interestingly, since I did that, I could cut this tree down from this side. But that doesn't seem like it's going to help me with anything. Like, I really want to be on the other side, if I'm being honest. What is the process of coming up with a puzzle? I mean, it's hard to describe. You're just trying to figure out what's a good puzzle. Okay, I have to boat it down there from this rock. Oh, good. I'm on this side. What happens if I cross the streams? Okay, now I can't get back over where I was, unfortunately. Like, I could get this one vertically in here and that one horizontally. If I can get to the other side of this, which I know I can do. Actually, no, you know what? This is unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. Except, whoop. That doesn't work if it's not already in the water. In the Watski. Don't know. Trying not to watch. Yeah, you don't want spoilers to go with your free game. Alright. I mean, this seems clearly like the supposed to do it thing. Am I supposed to transport a log from somewhere else on this? I doubt it, because this rock would block me from really getting it off. But if there was a small log on the right and I was standing on the left, I could then like push it in and maybe fill in that square if I did that twice. I don't know. We're starting to get crazy at this point. I'm just saying. It came to mind. Oh. Is there something here I'm just not seeing though? Oh, this. Okay. They really don't want me getting any further with two small trees here. This Red Tree Island is not a place that I am to go today, seemingly. Okay, so we're going to game the system. We're going to pump up the volume. We're going to do this. Remember the stuff we were trying to do at the beginning of the game? We're going to do that now. So then we reset this. Oh, except I screwed that one up. Hold on. Oh, but this is fine, I guess. I don't actually know. I don't know if I'm like heinously screwed at this point. I think I am. Bro, if only I hadn't... Okay, hold on. We can undo. We can totally undo. So we're back here. I mean, it seems like this is what the game wants me to do right here. Oh, you know, I'm gonna... Now I can't get in that corner to get that out. Oh, no, I can make a thing here. That's what the game wants me to do. Forget about it. Alright. It actually wants me to fill that in. Well, maybe I also go south later, but... Now the problem is I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here! Maybe I should go the other way? Mistake. So do I want to go, I probably want to go right from that rock. Yeah, going left doesn't really help me. So I just can't push that south from there. So I have to do the, okay. I have to do the thing. As Joe Biden says, you know the thing. I have to do the thing where I get this log crosswise. How do I do that? Like this. I do it like this. You know the thing. Oh, I still can't. Okay, I have to do it with this. Can I do it with this? It's fine. That cheese sandwich is moving. So like this is a right angle, so you could start here and bounce up and go left to watermelon land. But you can't really go back that way. It's not going to be good for anybody. Neither is that, neither is that. Like, wait, okay. Let's experiment. Can I ride a... Oh, I can't get on the single log, right. That's the problem. Could I ride that like a raft? I'm going to guess probably. I'm going to guess that the answer is yes. Okay, so we clearly need to do the other thing. You know the thing. We need to do this thing. I think it wants me to go the other way. I think it wants me to do the following. Except I need this space to be clear, so I want to push that one south. Oh no, because that rock... Oh no, that'll be okay. So I do this one first. Hey, look where we are. Remember the money pile? Told you the right thing to do was to keep jamming. I don't know, man. My brain's starting to get tired. You know the thing. This kind of feels like the corner of the map, but you never know. We could go to a post box and try to get a bigger view. See, if I could reset this island from over here or something, then I could put this bridge here and then use it to get that tree down in the other direction. But I can't, unless I get to the next island, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Now that I've gotten to the next island, I could go back here. I could reset this thing. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, consistency game. I thought it would put me on from the other side. Maybe that was his way of preventing me from doing what I was about to do. From being one of those who are about to rock, we salute you. To stand the thing back up. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to do something like that. Like if I cut the... Oh, I can't get in if I do that. I can just get there with this, I guess. Like if I did this, right? Oh, that's not a thing. I don't know, man. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. help anyone. I mean, I suppose we could do this. And then just somehow get a tree right here. Which isn't going to happen. I don't really know. No, that doesn't really help me anyway. Let's go back and look at the map for a second. There's a thing. Okay, so there's some stuff we ain't found yet, if I'm being honest. Okay, so I feel like I'm supposed to do something smart with the little tree here. So the problem is I could use this to... Oh, wait. I was going to say I can't get back, but maybe I don't need to. We're in the frozen land. The lands of the frozen dozen, erosion. Do I feel like this game is doing a good job with the puzzle design feeling organic? Yeah, I mean, the thing it's not doing the kind of thing that I try to do, right? Where each puzzle has a very clear meaning, or like a very clear point, which is fine, right? but it's just, you know, when you're playing a game that's not trying to do the kind of thing that you do, you just have to be clear that that's what it is, right? You have to know what you're playing. So this is more of like a, well, there's a bunch of not that hard puzzles and there's like a easy flow to them. And, you know, maybe there's a very challenging puzzle in the end, or, you know, maybe there isn't and it's just supposed to be kind of satisfying. Okay, so this is not something I could do anything with. Oh, but I can if I do that slightly different. I feel it does want me to make a vertical 3 there to the left of where I am. So I do this, I do that. I can roll this. Oh no, I can't. No. So like if I just can get this third one into that spot, it's just there's no real way to do it. That I can see. Oh, I can do this though. Right, that's what I was trying to do initially, and then I forgot about that. So now I feel like I'm supposed to be doing some kind of serious inter-island stuff. Well, this really wants a single tree right there so I can raft it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm enjoying the game. I actually, when I played the demo the first time, way back, the tree movement was confusing enough that I was just kind of didn't get it. But at some point since then, I've subconsciously internalized how it works. And I'm like, okay. Like, as you can see, I'm pretty much able to just solve these puzzles. And it's like not a big deal. So obviously I kind of got the hang of how the trees work, right? Okay, see, if I had done this one to the south, I could push off, but that doesn't really look possible to me right now. I like that he made that work, like running fast. Some games like this, they like buffer your movement speed on the animation, and that's kind of dreadful sometimes. Oh, rip. Rip. That's stuck. Rocket dog. Oh, I can get over there from this way. Except I can't because of rocket dog. Frickin' rocket dog getting in my way. That was a little weird. Probably not what I was supposed to do there. Okay, it looks to me like if I get it south of this rock here, I can push south and then west from there, right? So I guess that's, could have done that before. I don't know what my problem is. Oh, because I got to do those in the opposite order. That's what my problem is. That's not a valid push-off, right? That's cute. That's cute. See that? He sort of does what I do, where it's like, that would have been a thing that the game wouldn't be complete if you didn't do that. It's like one of the cool things you can do with the logs. It's just, you know, this game doesn't focus on that, really. You know what I'm saying? Is this the finished version of that game? No, this is a totally different game. It's a totally different game. I did not make this game. This is a different game. This is called a Monsters Exhibition to Puzzling... Monsters Expedition to Puzzling Exhibitions. Something like that. That's approximately what it's called. Why am I having a hard time on this one? I mean, certainly I need to come in. Like, I sort of need to be able to push this tree to the left to do, although I still can't even do anything with that. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. This is a rough place. Don't exactly help me none. First, I guess, just like that. Really, nothing can be done with this one. Unless I do something crazy with other stuff. I mean, maybe that's what I'm supposed to do, is make a 3-fer right there. Or, actually, if I do this, does it sync as soon as it gets here? Yes. Oh, I can do the thing. You know the thing, guys. I can do the thing that Joe Biden likes. The same thing we did up there. See? See, Joe Biden, don't let anyone tell you that Joe Biden does not help you solve puzzle games. He does. He does. And look, you do the thing here too, but oh no, you don't. Okay. I thought I was going to do the thing again. It was not to be. All right. Almost. You know the thing. Oh, no, we can. Okay, this is good. I got to the couch. Doesn't really help me with this though. I was hoping some of this would help me out in an obvious way. Okay, after I found the couch, I obviously don't need those two logs there. Not sure what else I'm going to do with them. Look, we can make a little, oops, a little circuit. No, not quite, but, oh yeah. Still doesn't help me, but that was cute. This part, this part. Oh no! Hold on. I feel like I ought to be able to do something else with that giant tree. But okay. Oh no, I can't. Oh. I thought this was going to let me get off below the thing and push it, but I can't do that. Just want to push it this way. Either. I wanted to get little South boy here across. Push south double tree, that doesn't help me. Tree. Yeah, this tree doesn't help me though. It's the problem. I think I'm just being dumb about this island, and it's not that hard. Although maybe it is, because I don't know what to do here. Okay. I feel like that wasn't really worth it, but I mean this was an interesting thing I hadn't thought of before. So like if I could get to the other side now, if I could fill that with this tree, that would be okay, but I can't. Island that I didn't solve, I could chop the left. You mean this one? I solved this one. What are you talking about? Dude, this island is from like 20 minutes ago. I was just trying to do extra stuff with it to get more trees over here. The top one. I have no idea what island you're talking about. Okay. I did not do this already. I never solved this island. I don't know what you're talking about. This island has been the one that I was stuck on for a long time. any good? I'm enjoying it. It is not a sausage roll. You are correct. You are correct. It is not a sausage roll. I gotta get to the mailbox. Right there. It's right there. Left tree bridge gap. That's what I've been trying to do. Oh, okay. Someone spoiled it for me. But maybe that's fine. I'm kind of tired right now. Right, so I can obviously roll this across and it'll hit that rock. And then we bridge. Why didn't I see that? I made the bridge and then I just didn't use it. You know the thing. Oh, I can't get off. I can't get off. Take a look at the map and see how we're doing. We're toward the left. You know, we're not that far through the game. Okay. So if instead of doing this, I don't know. I mean, I could kind of be thinking about getting these guys back over here. You know, let's continue to scout the area because we really haven't even looked at the possibilities here. am I supposed to do with that? Oh no, the other way, the other way, the other way. I can't do it the other way. You know the thing. Alright. Great. Great. Whoa, the tree's like way over there. I can't even get to it. That wasn't right. I mean, almost. Is this game living up to expectations? I did not set expectations. Because some of Alan's games I really like, and other ones I do not like as much. This one I like, more than the ones that I don't like, so, that's good. Okay, wait, is that the island that I'm trying to get to? Yeah, I think. Yeah. But it looks like that tree is just for getting off the island to here. How would I get? But then, if that's the case, what the hell are these trees for? Oh, they're just for making a I'm a dummy. No, no, not that. It's the roller coaster again. So we can get back and forth on that. Yeah, he goes back into the square he came out of. I gotta push it on the raft, that's what. Raft trap up there. I'm definitely getting brain tired. I kind of think I could roll stuff down in there and then push off the cherry tree to go left. But, yeah. I can't go this way. Okay, look. You get a raft in here. You push, you go down, you push right, you push down, and you go up. And then you go sailing under and off the map to the north. So there's some kind of a loop-de-loop here, which is cool. This is not helping me, everybody. Oh, wait. Wait. I don't see how this helps me, but it's the first time I was able to do that. Jump on the roller coaster. I can't. I don't know how. We really didn't get that far in Frozen Land before leaving. Wait, I didn't even go to this next island down here. Why is this still all foggy? I don't know what I wanted. Making sure. Oh, wait. Oh, I pushed it wrong. Thing. Seems like most of the time I'm just no, I'm not brute forcing hardly anything. I don't know where you get that idea. Okay, well that was definitely a way back from this area, which is quite a while ago, I think. Dude, oh no, this is still icy area though. It's not that long ago. I can't see far enough to know where to go. Okay, everybody, I am a little tired, so I think this is going to be the end of this play session. Probably this stream. You know what? We could do some programming, actually. We could go work on our own game a little bit. Just do some small things that are no big deal. We're doing okay, though. We're cranking on this. We are cranking. Can you jump off in the middle of your logs going by? I don't think you can. Or could you? Could I have going down there? I don't think so. No, I wasn't really brute forcing hardly at all in this game. I mean, in the very beginning, when I just don't understand how it works at all, I might do a little bit, but not really. Like, usually, if I move stuff around that is not, you know, on a direct path to the solution, it's not brute forcing. It's just me trying to visualize what happens and try to use that information to, like, get closer to the solution. All right, well, I played 3.2 hours, way more than these other people. Oh wait, now it's 2. I got downgraded. Didn't it say 3.2 a second ago? All right. Let's change the stream back to programming. Just going to do a little bit at the end of the night here. Just a little bit. Just a little touch up. Any questions that anyone has while I make some more warm tea? Warm tea. Warm tea. Why are we killing nature? Well, you'll have to ask the author of that game, who encourages people to kill nature. In fact, it encourages people to kill all of the nature, right? You're supposed to cut down every single tree. Every every single tree. You brute force the witness. I don't exactly believe you. Some stuff in witness is brute forceable, but some stuff really isn't. Maybe you brute force parts of it. Parts of it. We got some caffeine-free Bengal spice. It is not the chai machine. There will be no forest fires in that game. That's true. It will not have California problems. Is pair programming a real thing? It's a thing that some people do. Not me. I don't recommend it. You brute force the first witness puzzle. Yes, I believe that. Am I allowed to say if I have been tinkering with the new consoles? So we have them. I personally have not done super much on them. Other people have done more than me. It's just because my focus so far is, just getting the compiler further, getting the game further, like on all platforms. I'll probably do more platform specific stuff later on. Anyway. D3D12 stuff's been updated a little. We could actually try running that real fast for fun. See what happens. It's still going to load on this junk. Oh, well, D3D12 is crashing a little bit right now. That's fine. It's not really supposed to work yet, but that's, we're just seeing what would happen if we ran it. Do I care about the new NVIDIA GPUs at all? Well, I care about them in the sense that I'm glad that graphics technology keeps going forward. Do I have any immediate plans to do anything with those? No, I do not. That would be way later. All right, so the thing I want to do is a little bit of the ocean rules. Involving mirrors and deflection. So I'm just going to do a ting-tangler there, and I'm going to give ourselves some more coast to work with. And then we're going to go here, and actually I'm going to use boring mirrors. Whoops. Right there. And then we'll get a dude. So the point is just to be able to push any of these in. And so normally, let's put this up in the air. Okay, so normally when you push something into water, the river will flow to the right around it and then to the left. So like if I do this, oh, mirrors aren't diverting rivers at all. So that's a problem. So first we got to make rivers, or mirrors divert rivers. Okay. So the deal is, it used to be until a few days ago that when you push them in water, they would like disappear. And we decided not to do that. So they don't disappear and continue to affect things when they are in the water. So it's not really surprising that they don't do the right thing with the river yet. Okay, didn't know I streamed? Well, I do stream sometimes. Sometimes I stream a lot. Sometimes I stream a little bit. Okay. Let's just see how this even happens. Maybe divert. Uh-oh, we're in the wrong place. Okay. Divert incoming flows. That's what we want. And lilies and rivers. All right. We're going to pass that. You know what? See, I want to add mirror to type fills. Okay. So now we've just passed this parameter down, so we at least know who is diverting the flow. Oh, hey, Casey. What's going on, man? You might like the log game, Alan's new game. I was just playing it on stream for a couple hours. I don't know if you played the demo before. Is game development like the development of a photograph where chemicals make the game appear, or is it more like a development in a news story or criminal case in that some new event has occurred? I think it's more like a housing development where like all the laws and systems don't let you do anything, and you're kind of building it on a toxic waste dump, but you don't want anyone to know. And all sorts of people want to have a say over what you can do and when you can do it, and anyone that you hire to help you with it does a bad job and takes a tremendously long time. And if I weren't tired from playing Monster Game, I'm sure I'd think of more things to say. Yeah, I'm really tired right now. Really tired right now. No chai latte tonight. No, I don't have milk that's like anywhere remotely in season. So actually, for now, I'm just going to make the front of the mirrors divert in the preferred direction. But the way they're modeled right now, it sort of looks like it should bounce the same way off the back. And I guess we could decide that either way. It could be cool to use the back of the mirror in that way. Or maybe we just make them double-sided. I don't know. I hope everybody watched the Ubisoft press conference today about all their new games. That was very exciting. That's how I started my day. I started watching the first episode of The Terror Season 2 and I couldn't do it. There are a number of things that are pet peeves to me. One, overly aggressive scoring that tries to tell you how to feel about things rather than like underline what's there. And then also when they do it in the most cliche way, like use the most cliche little like, oh my God, this is scary stings that cheap ass horror movies do. I just can't. And then number two pet peeve is like, when there's a movie that's supposed to be in a foreign land like Asia. And so they have all these actors speak really bad broken English because they're like supposed to be it's the most racist thing in the universe, right? Like we all do not speak English well. Even though they're in Asia, right? They can talk to each other just fine, but like they have all these stupid ass accents so that stupid viewers will feel like they're watching Asians, right? And you're supposed to do that for 2 hours or 20 hours if it's a TV show or something. Like I really couldn't do that. Now this one, not quite so bad because it takes place in America and a lot of the people are immigrants and they would have kind of broken English, but it was just done really, you could tell that these people spoke much better English than they were pretending to speak. And it was super annoying. I couldn't do it. And then just, I didn't like the way the plot was developing or the characters, and like stupid stuff happened. I just couldn't do it. Are we going to do Michael Bay Presents Black Sails? So what I forgot was I watched like the first 4 or 5 episodes and like just wasn't interested in watching it anymore. I'll put it this way. If Casey, if you want to start watching the beginning of it, and if you really, really like it for some reason, then I could watch it. But what I would say about it is, it's kind of trying to be something like Game of Thrones or something, in the sense that, they have a violence quota per episode and a nudity quota per episode, but it's like Game of Thrones light, where I don't know how to, it's like what happens when you try to copy something someone else did. Did I watch Charlie Kaufman's new one? I actually have not. I have not. Could do that one. So you've seen it already, right? So this would be another situation where you didn't take notes. Okay, well, I could probably watch that soon, like maybe tomorrow or over the weekend, or it's not like I'm going outside and doing anything outside. Yeah, even watching The Terror for the first time, there's so many things where I was like, who's this guy? Like, I vaguely recognize this guy, but I have no idea who he is. And he's like doing something, and I don't understand the thing he just said. And now he died. Oh well. Okay. Oh. So what we're gonna do is just actually is incoming dir, is that an enum? Yes. Ugh, okay. So I'm looking for a thing where we bounce off mirrors. Dir A, dir B is get mirror vectors. Okay. Okay, we want to know if it's vertical. If it's not vertical, we do this. And left dir. Right, and then right dir is get direction right. Okay, and then if dot product left dir dir A what do we actually want? If one of the directions matches the incoming direction, see, I don't actually remember. Does the incoming... Okay, I feel like the incoming direction points out. No, it points in, interestingly. Okay. Right. Hold on, what am I doing? Okay, left dir and right dir are these directions. And we just want to say if left dir like the signs are gonna be wrong on these or something, right? So if left dir matches either, right? Otherwise we do the same with right. Otherwise just treat it as a normal obstacle. Okay, so if the left direction matches either of the mirror directions, then right blocked is true. Otherwise, left blocked is true. That, I mean, I probably screwed up signs and stuff, but that's all. Okay, let's see. Totally didn't work. All right. Oh, that one did though. Okay, wait, what I did doesn't make sense. Okay, hold on. Okay. The problem is, this is confusing. Either of the directions can match the incoming direction. Let's redo this. Either of the directions so if left dir oh man, this was I'm tired. This is just all random stuff. All right. Okay. So really what we want to say is, okay, if dir A matches the incoming direction, we do a thing, right? Else if dir B matches the incoming direction, we do a thing. Otherwise, we don't do anything. So what's the thing? In this case, we say if dot product left dir dir B is less than otherwise, dir A is the outgoing direction. All right, this is still going to be totally broken, but whatever. Okay. Hey, it actually worked. That was the, so all I'm doing is like, hey, look, if you push a mirror in and the front face hits the water, then it'll curve around the direction of the mirror, and if that's blocked, it won't go anywhere, right? So that goes right as it should. This one should go right. This one should go right. But this one should go left. And then, of course, for completeness, we want one of these ting-tanglers, which maybe should stop the flow. I don't know, but for now, we're just going to do that. This will bever right. So really, it's always right unless you do this. All right, I was tired, but I made it happen anyway. Is the water stream intended to function like light against the mirrors? No, we thought about that, and even though I kind of like that idea, there seem to be downsides to it, and it's maybe not the best rule to choose. Okay. That is checked in. Hope I didn't break a bunch of levels. Should I make sure that the vertical stream still works too? There are no vertical streams currently. You would worry about implications on existing or a bunch of new puzzles. We're pretty sure it has no such implications, and if it does break a couple levels, we can design around it and fix it. Like, when you've been working on a game for a long time, you have a pretty good idea. Like, I don't remember all the levels directly, but if one of them involved necessarily pushing a mirror into a water where a river was, I probably would remember it. Game's not that big. It's only like 600 levels. So I'm just sending people an email about what's up with the new mirror. And then I think that's it. I think I am very tired, everybody. Oh, for streams that run north to south, does your mirror direction code still work? Yeah, I mean, in theory, I should test that. But come on, it works, dude. It works. We used vectors. Don't you know about vectors? All right. So like, bam. And then I'll just give myself a little room to push these in. Okay, so the only one, it'll divert to the right, and so the only one that should change the divert direction is the mirror on the left. Everybody else should divert right, so that should go right. That should go right. That should go right. And this one should go left. Get out of here acting like I don't know how to program. Come on. Come on, bro. Is that wouldn't hit the second if condition. What if condition? Okay, so this left and right doesn't mean east-west. That's left and right relative to the incoming water direction. This isn't hard-coded for any kind of north, south, east, west. Always goes right seems like a very subtle rule. Yeah, I didn't pick it. All right, we did good stuff today. We made the compiler main loop more robust and better and simpler and easier to understand. We got this little game mirror functionality in there. We played a couple hours of monster killing all the trees and initiating global warming. Is it monetarily feasible for the witness to work in VR? It probably would now, since there are really fast GPUs. It's just, it wasn't designed for it. Why would you play a game not designed for VR in VR? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. All right, everybody, thank you for coming by. Let's try to find somebody to raid, which, as we know, often doesn't work. But maybe tonight's the night. Tonight could be the night. Chicken Life. Dinosaur Stream. Wait, is he doing a third game now? Is this dude did he give up on his original game? Dear Adam C. Eunice, finish your original game that everyone was hyped about every time we rated you. I'm not going to encourage him by rating him because he has to finish that game, you know? He's doing 2 games. Yeah. Dude, every time I go to a stream, it's always been not the main game. Every single time. That's all I'm saying. I might have been unlucky. I don't know, people. I don't know. You know, I've taken breaks in the past from the main project and worked on other projects, but not more than 2 months. I think after it goes over 2 months, it's like, Right, I think maybe we do not raid anybody today. All right, thanks everybody for coming by. I'm going to go to bed soon. Not yet, but I'm tired, so I'm going to go toward bed. And I'll see y'all later.